Provodu musím říct a můžu jít si provodu.
Cože?
Provodu.
Jo, to může, řekni mi, že si jdeš provodu, abych si nemyslela, že mi dáš moc toho. I'm from the same country, so yeah. If you need to get your water, just tell me that you're going to get water, so that I can get that you're water.
Good morning, everyone. My apologies for a little delay in the commentary. Uh, as you can see, we are following the quarterfinals in the straight pool division between our two contingents, Rico Rompana against Tom Kurz from Czechia, Rico representing Finland, of course. My name is Arya Sorabi. I will be talking you through this match as we turn our attention to Tom Kurz. Tom here, he's got a couple of options to leave himself for a break ball. It's actually the three balls on the right side of the table where we have the 9, 11, and the 10. 9 seems to be the most obvious one. It's all about navigating your cue ball towards the end pattern for this rack. Rico is considering maybe to take away the 9. I do feel that the 9 is sitting really pretty there. He's got options here. He's taking the 10 first and then use the 15 to play position on the 9. Both ways would have worked. He's chosen the left side of the table this time. More or less where the cue ball is sitting right now would be an ideal angle on the 9. That's by going around the 9. He has overhit that a little bit. In fact, not a little bit, but as you can see, he's still got an angle. This is one of the reasons why he's chosen to go around the back of the 9, where he's got a bigger margin for error. Will be slightly disappointed though with that outcome because angle is not 100% easy. He needs to force his cue ball, and that also implies that he has a limited options with his cue ball. It's hard to stun screw this shot and create a lot of force to open the rack. And when you do top it through, so it's like a stun through, the cue ball can disappear in the same corner pocket. So this is a little bit awkward if you're faced with this angle. Seems like the players have a little difficulty with the scoreboard, perhaps, because neither of the players have left the table. Yeah, that was always going to be the most difficult part of that shot because he left himself a little less of an angle on the opening shot. The part of trying to control the cue ball after the split was always going to be a little bit more challenging. However, this 13, the top left, seems like a very easy shot for these players here. But once again, is a little bit unfortunate, if I can use that word. Maybe he could have used a little bit more right spin. That's why he's just grazed the 12 there, and once more he needs to play a long pot. This time around, though, Rico back in full control. Cue ball is now, as you can see, a lot closer to the traffic on the top end of the table. It is, of course, still call shot on straight, as it is, of course, always with 8 ball. Some of the shots are pretty obvious, so you might not see the players point to the corner pocket, but it is a call shot system, of course, or call pocket, I should use. See, right now when you look at the table, it's got two options for a break ball. It's either the 1 or the 6. But I'm not against this route he's taking, because the 3 balls here, the 4, 2, and the 8, are causing a little congestion here at the top side of the table. So by using the 1 to place nice position on one of these 3 balls here, should clear the pathway. And when you have the 14, the green stripe below the center line, you can use that ball as a stopper for the break ball with what should be the 6 here. So this shot here coming up, it's ideally and preferably where you can leave himself a straight angle on the 14 here. And that seems, well, just a little short of being absolutely perfect. So the cue ball with this angle, he will run away from the 6 a little bit, ever so slightly, of course. But as is the case, the golden rule in playing position is, of course, the shortest route, the most efficient route, and playing in areas where you can leave yourself options. Let's see if Rico can create a better this time around. It's a funny one. I mean, first and foremost, the pack does not seem like it's spread wide open. That's one. His first opening shot after the split does not look to be a absolute sitter, as we call it, because I'm not so sure whether the pink stripe, which should be the 12 ball, passes the 11 in the top right. So it's a long pot here over the distance. I believe it's the 9 he's taking on. Yes, it is. To the bottom right. A little bit pressure on this one. Nicely played. What's he left himself on? Let's have a look. Oh, I can clearly see the pink stripe here. So he can still continue this visit at the table. But of course, he is a little bit hampered with his cue ball here because of the 8. So ideally, he would like to implement a little bit of left spin here just to try to avoid the other balls. And that was a bit harder than it looked. And if the 15 does not pass the 3, which it does clearly because he's looked at the angle, he would have been in trouble. There is an argument to say if he does not fancy this angle, he could take the 14, which is the bottom part of the table, and he can use this angle to come into an area where he leaves himself at least 2 or 3 options. Just lost his cue ball there. Quite so sure what he was up to. So it seems like he needs to cut this combination, the 13 on the 11, to keep this run going. But in doing so, he needs to hit the bottom part of the 13. So leave your cue ball in a situation where you leave yourself options is already going to be challenging from this point forward. Yeah, that was a tough shot. And it all started after that little cannon on the 4 where he potted the 1. He lost his cue ball there, and it's resulted in the end of break and end of run. Tom desperately disappointed after that visit there. The chance to do something back, but unfortunately has left his opponent off the hook. such as the situation right here, it's very hard for him to leave himself a good angle, break ball. So it's either the 13 or the 10. But you think the 13 is a better ball. I mean, if you look at it from a different angle as he comes around, pretty much where the cue ball is here, or maybe even a higher angle on the 13 is his only way to continue this run. And you can see he's left himself a high angle. Rico with a nice opening shot after the split there. As you saw, because of the angle, he left himself on the 13. He was a little bit limited with his options, of course. And the thing is, when you play a shot from that angle, the harder you hit it, especially if you're using a little bit of topspin, the cue ball can arc. So it seems like the harder you hit it, you think, well, I'll get a better split. But that is a tricky situation to be in, because a lot of the times that spin will actually do crazy things with the angle of the cue ball, which reflects to a worse split, in fact. So this is why he's left with a rack that still needs some nudges and cannons. So already this 9 is not an easy shot. Of course, when he does put this 9 into the top left corner pocket with the angle he's left himself, he should be able to develop the pack there. Yeah, that 9, the angle on the putting on the 9 was far from easy. Yeah, you can see the disappointment on his face, but in all honesty, that was far from an easy shot. But of course, quarterfinals in the European Championships, these guys are used to playing at a very, very high level. Tom Kurtz back at the table once again. I believe this is a critical point in the match here for Tom if he wants to stay in this match, because he's had a couple of options. Okay, perhaps not the best of the best, but to only have 6 balls potted so far is not going to put a lot of pressure on his opponent. Yeah, that's worked out nicely there for Tom. There were no guarantees after that angle whether he'd leave himself another putt to go for. He's got the 2 to work with here. Trying to see whether either the green stripe, which is the 14 next to the 1, would go in the middle or putt in the top right corner pocket. You can see from this angle, he's got not a lot of room to work with, so Need some pinpoint positional play here, and it seems to be perfect because based on of his body language, I thought he was on the shot. Maybe not. He's got 3 here as well. The cutback on the 3. Can he get enough bite on his cue ball to run into the 10? Yes, he can. If that 4 bounces, and it has, he can use the 4 to come back down the table with a better angle on either the 6 or the 15 ball there. Maybe the green stripe. Yeah, I think that does pass the top right corner pocket. Oh, he tried to stop the cue ball by running into the pack. Can the 6 pass the 10? Not so sure based on his body language. Oh, maybe it does. Yeah. This is an important shot coming up. I mean, I see the idea, the philosophy behind this. If he runs into the 1 and the 14, he should develop a better break ball. That's exactly what he's done there. This has worked out perfect. It could have gone wrong, of course, with his cue ball, but as it has, he's landed perfect on the 15 here. And the 1 is the penultimate ball to play position on the 14. 14 is sitting absolutely perfect right next to the rack when he re-racks the 14 remaining balls. Although the cue ball has run a little bit further here, so he needs to travel with his cue ball. These are situations where there are 2 things very important. One, you need to make sure that you leave yourself an angle, and of course, do not forget to putt the ball. So much so that he's maybe even considering to putt the 14 instead of the 1 and leave himself a low angle or a high angle, whatever side of the table you're looking at it. Put it in the middle, but that has gone horribly wrong. Not only has he left himself more or less straight, but on the wrong side of the 1. So it'll be interesting to see whether he fancies to develop some angle to play a very difficult shot. As you just see in your overview camera, the other quarterfinal on table 2 going on. When these guys are re-racking, I'll just have a quick look at the proceedings on the other tables. So obviously we're down to the quarterfinals. On table 2, you've got Benko Max from Slovenia against Sander Tam. You've got Jakub Hajduk playing Martin Reuser from Germany on table 5. Scoreline there is pretty even, 46-40. And then we have another contingent from Slovenia. I'm not so sure if I pronounced his name correctly, but I'll do my best. Maj Badovanic against Georgi Terzishki from Bulgaria. Tom Kurt's in a horrible situation here, of course, because he has developed a pack and he's left very easy opening shots on both sides of the table. Seems like he's going to play safe, and this is cue ball has not disappeared in the pocket, but I'm not so sure what he was trying to do there, because the 9 and the 3 are very, very easy long pots. Even if the cue ball was glued to the rail, I would not want to have either of these players to take on that shot, as I feel they'll probably make these type of long pots, even if the cue ball was glued to the rail, 95 times out of 100, if not even more. These are the most, let's say, challenging sides of the game that the youngsters, these talented youngsters, need to develop over the years. The craftiness, the tactical side of the game, because as you can see, they both can pot pretty much every ball that there is on the table, and that's completely normal. These are learning phases you have to go through in your career, from going as a very attacking, dangerous prospect to an all-round master of the table, knowing all the shots, even the tactical side of the game. I do feel it was a tactical error there for Tom. But also for Rico, he needs to develop the pack, of course, to leave himself a realistic chance to continue this run. Now, off this angle, he could possibly use the 8 to run into the pack. Yeah, the 4 has crossed the table all the way from the right side to the left. If that did not happen, his next shot would have been far more difficult. From Rico's point of view, the sooner you can develop the cluster of 3 balls there, this run should feel like a very easy, straightforward run. You can only presume the 14 passes in the cluster of 3. It felt like he played position on for that area of the table, and yeah, the 14 does pass as the 11 and the 13. But it seems like the 11 and the 13 aren't potable just yet. Maybe only into the bottom right corner pocket, but that's not what he's interested in. So he will use the 15 to nudge into them. Ideally, want to make contact with the 11 here. Anything full or half full should do the trick. As you saw, that was a full contact. That was calculated as played. He's got an angle here on the 11 to continue the run. Now, it would seem like the 13 is the most obvious ball to play position for, with of this angle. Oh, and he's missed the 11. That is a reprieve for Tom. I did not see that one coming. trouble here now, Tom. Yeah, of course the 6 does pot, and as you can see, he's lining up the shot. So he's trying to pot the 6 in the the bottom left corner pocket. Now that shot in itself is already very challenging, but needs to cross the table twice to leave yourself a nice angle on the 10. So yeah, the difficulty degree on that shot was really, really hard. He got the second part of the shot right. He left himself a nice angle on the 10. But the putt on the 6 was far from easy, as you can see. Yeah, Tom Kurtz is taking a timeout. Both players are allowed a timeout. 6 minutes, I believe. So this is a pretty good moment for Tom to take his timeout. As he is taking his timeout, I will try to give you another score update. What has been going on in the other tables. I think having a little bit difficulties in reaching the website, so I will give you the score update as soon as possible. First and foremost, let's turn our attention to the table, of course. Rico already faced with a very difficult long putt here on the 1, and he's overcut it. Tom back at the table again, right off the bat of his timeout there. As these players are moving towards the end part of this match, it is very important for Tom to keep the pressure on Rico. As you can see, he's clearly ahead on the amount of balls potted, so it would be a nice moment for Tom to try and produce at least a run of 40 plus, just to let his opponent know that I'm here, and if you give me a chance, I can potentially run this match out.
Time.
That cannon did not work out as he wanted. He hit 2 balls after like the 7, and now his cue ball is landing in a very awkward situation where, well, we'll shortly have a look at the situation here. Yeah, that is really, really tough. As you can see, the balls are not really working in Tom's favor, so he already is faced with another difficult shot here on the 5, the bottom right corner pocket.
Extension.
As we look at the angle of the camera here, previously had a shot, more a similar type of shot on the 6, overcut that one. These are not easy. Yeah, once again he's overcutted that, and it all started with that position where he run into 2 balls and it put his cue ball in an awkward situation there. It's a very frustrating time at the table here for Tom, unfortunately, and his opponent, well, I wouldn't necessarily go as far as to say that he is playing at the top of his level, but you can clearly see that his opponent is struggling. It is remarkable how much this young man has grown in height. Just a couple of months ago, he was well and truly a young man with a, I would say, average height, but he's grown significantly, and that does do funny things with your technique, of course. I mean, you can clearly see that his cue right now, I'm pretty sure this is the cue that he started off with, and it's looking pretty short for his length, I would say. So that is something that probably in the future could be modified from Rico's perspective. And of course, these guys are playing the quarterfinals in the youth section under 17, so it's far from over in terms of growing in height and developing, of course, not only height but their game. But that does impact your cueing and your technique, and also his stance. You can see he has to bend both knees to try and get as level as possible to the table. It does take some while to get used to. From this situation, you'd think you do not really want to use the 3 to open up the pack, but the 8 also is not really favorable. Well, so much so that he does prefer the 3 instead of the 8. And I can respect that decision because the 8, like I said, you need really pinpoint position. Although he tricked me there, he did have a look, considered the 3, opted against it. So a key positional shot coming up here. He's not left himself a huge angle here on the 3, so already the shot is pretty tricky. Yeah, he had a very, very fine margin to place his cue ball. As you can see, well, he's nudged right into the 8, so the cue ball is, let's say, more or less stopped where the 8 was sitting. And to come between the gap of the 8 and the middle pocket was, like I said before, a very, very tricky shot. And, well, if you're faced with this to try and continue your run, sure, if you're ultra aggressive and you're in the mood to attack pretty much everything that you're faced with, the only option here is trying to bank the 8 and go off 2 rails into the pack. But as you could see, that is definitely not the most sensible shot from that point. And of course, if you play safe, as long as you hit a rail or the object ball hits a rail, then it's not considered a foul. Now, if you make 3 consecutive fouls, then you are in a huge deficit. So tactical exchange coming up, and this is pretty much a pattern you can expect from these guys. But the more times they use the pack, of course, more balls they will develop. So at some point, one will try to lure the other for a difficult shot, really.
Time. Extension.
I stand corrected. Earlier on, I said it's a quarterfinal under 17. In fact, this is the quarterfinal under 19. So thanks for the guys in the chat that are also watching this match on YouTube. Of course, if you are watching this on YouTube, it is provided completely free to you guys to enjoy all the action. So if you don't want to miss any of the action, and of course we are in the latter stages, just make sure that you subscribe and turn on the notification button. And if you can like, share, or comment, we deeply appreciate your support. And this also gives us the chance to give more content like these for you completely free. So keep up the chat. He's played that short. Yeah, that's a mistake. Well, of course, this is a situation where Rico has to weigh up his options. If it was me, particularly when I was under 19, I would pretty much go for every shot. So this 15 is makeable. Of course, it's not easy, but if you're Rico, yeah, I think he's making the right decision here. It's not completely risk-free. But fortune favors the brave, and unfortunately there he did fail to cut the 15. Like I said, it was not 100% unmissable. Nonetheless, I do believe that was the right shot there for Rico. Just failed to cut that longer distance. And although it seemed to me, from my point of view, a safety error, funny enough, he has created an opportunity for himself. Tom really needs to push on from this point on. At least try to level the scores, or better, of course, try to take over Riku. As you can see, he needs to develop this pack sooner rather than late. Now, it feels like he's trying to go into the pack off the 8, but I'm not 100% convinced that he's trying to play position. Yeah, so he's played position on the 2 by leaving not too much of a distance of the cue ball on the 2. This is a very comfortable pot. He should be able to control his cue ball. But nicely executed shot. I mean, he pretty much did everything that he should have done, but as it is, it's hard to see where his next pot is coming from. So he might have to just take his medicine, as we call it, and
Extension.
try and put this 1 here. Take this long shot on, and well, we can use the angle of 2-3 rails. Yeah, there you go. He walked around to have a nice look of the putting angle here. So the 1 to the bottom right, use 2-3 rails to go up, and probably he's played it thick. Yeah, that is very disappointing from Tom. Usually the younger talents, these hungry lions, they are actually the ones that rarely miss a tough shot, because when you're a bit younger, when you're less experienced, in your career, the cue ball normally is not as good as let's say a veteran like a Shane or Alban Ushan. So when you look at the Alban when he was eligible to play the under 17s and under 19, yeah, he was already a fantastic talent then, but of course his cue ball was nowhere near as good as it is right now, after being on the professional circuits for so many years. So this is the reason why I say I'm a little bit surprised when these guys are taking on, tough but doable long pots, and well, so far it's tough for both of them. I believe that he can still get through the putting angle of the 7. However, it's hard to tell. I mean, you can only base this conclusion judging by his body language. Well, yeah, he does have a putting opportunity. However, that little nudge there on the... Can he putt this 3? Can he? Looks a bit too thin to me. So, again, a long putt here on the 1. Should be able to navigate his cue ball. Just like so. Played it at the right speed there. I wonder if he could use the 9 to Let's have a look. Can he develop the? Well, yeah, we can play on the go around the 3 and the 13, pot it in the same corner pocket. He could even try and pot the 3 from this position. He doesn't have to do so. I mean, he can leave himself a easier pot than this, just like so. I mean, this is already a much more comfortable potting angle on the 3. And by potting the 3, of course, he's now opened up the 13. Does need to work this rack out because I believe neither the 13 or the, yeah, I was about to say the 14 is still looking like it's sitting inside of the realm of the rack. And we all know what that means. If the ball is sitting inside of the position where the re-rack will occur, then it will go over to the other side of the table in the head spring. So twice he's tried to maybe use or at least develop the 14. So, well, he's gonna take the 14. I thought maybe he could pot the 10, leave himself low. In doing so, knowing that the 14 would return to the other side of the table. This angle here on the 10 does not look like he can directly develop the pack, so he's gonna need at least 2 or 3 rails. As you can see, quick look at the other table where we have Sander Tam versus Benko Max battling it out. Failing to make the 10 across this cue ball process. Nice length for this cue. The angle here on the 14 is not ideal for Rico. So when he, and that's only if he makes this long pot, doesn't look like have a follow-up shot after that. So it's either a very risky, forceful shot, like so. Yeah, well, he needed to clear to see what he was trying to do there. Of course, he's tried to develop the pack. But as I said previously in this match, sometimes when you inject a lot of power in a shot, particularly when you're playing it, and it goes the same for backspin. So when you have a little, let's say, newer cloth with a little bit throw, where they tend to slide when you power a shot with, like in this case, a topspin shot, the cue ball needs a lot of time to grip on the table and the cloth, and that sometimes creates a different angle. And in this case, cue ball is completely arced around the pack. I mean, it was the ultra aggressive option that Rico went for, but unfortunately failed to hit the pack. And once again, in these type of situations, it's a safety battle where neither of the players really want to leave the opponent a shot. Well, Riku was aiming or pointing to the left corner pocket, I believe. Left bottom from this angle. Yeah, what a great shot he's played there. He did call that, so that was a legal shot. Unfortunately, not completely left, well, unless the 9 passes 3. Because I don't think he can see the putting angle on the 3. So much so he has to take this one in the bottom right corner pocket, as you can see from this angle. Pretty straightish. And he's also checking up his cue ball because his positional side are very limited. Yeah, that seems a little bit far for me as well. This game is of course far from being over, but these are mostly, let's say, the most painful defeats if and when that should happen, because both players have had so many turns each at the table, and when you lose a match, I mean, losing a match in itself is already very tough to deal with, but more so when you know you've had so many opportunities rather than, because that also happens definitely at this level where the guy runs out the match and you've basically made no errors except from losing the lag if you're ultra critical. Yeah, Tom going into the pack there. Again, it seems like a pattern in this match for Tom. Every time he's tried to be positive and, you know, go for shots, it's not worked out in his favor. Although I don't foresee this one to be too much of a problem here for Tom. Yeah, should just roll it in, play position on the 6. Nothing to do with his cue ball, of course. Another neatly executed shot there by Tom. Oh, that score will be updated shortly, of course, but when you look at the deficit, Tom 32 balls potted, Riku 67, and the total of 33 is exactly the amount of balls that Rico needs to book his place in the semifinal. So again, a very important juncture of the match here for Tom. Might be fine here. I think 5 looks a bit easier. Whenever the cue ball is so close to, let's say, the 4, for example, it barely passes the 8, but the 5 is a bit more controllable from the cue ball. It's very easy to make a push shot, which is, of course, a foul. Yeah, nicely done. Okay. I do believe there is value in trying to, sooner rather than late, play position on the right side of the table on the 13 and the 11. He's got to play his cue ball in an area, and now he's running to the 4, and that's not worked in his favor at all. I mean, he can continue the run here with the 8 either in the middle or in the corner pocket. But when he does, I mean, you can see this is a very tight angle. There's not a lot of the pocket you can see, and he has to play this with some pace. These are not a 100% guarantee. So, actually played position on the 11. And of course, when he puts this 11, assuming he can make the putting angle, or can he? Actually, I think he is trying to cut this 4 back in the top left corner pocket, so this is already, once again, a very difficult shot. 4 to the corner pocket. Just dropped. But you can see here, if he wants to play position on the 11, he has to be absolutely perfect. And the putt on the 13 is not a gimme whatsoever. Or you can try and putt this 11 in the bottom right corner pocket, top his cue ball through, that he would leave himself a nice angle on the 13 when it gets respotted. I was under the presumption that he could leave himself low on the 13. He's more or less made sure that he made the putt there, but because of that, now his cue ball is pretty close to the side rail. And with this angle, it's very hard to generate enough power to go back into the pack. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do with this angle, because you can see the cue ball is clearly very close in the line of the middle pocket. And if you have the head string, it doesn't look like a lot of angle. Yeah, there you go. I mean, this looks more or less completely straight to me, and I fail to see how he can continue this run. Other than, yeah, it's only going to be putt the 13. I'm not so sure. Whoa. Okay, you could say with this angle, it's very unlikely that Rico can develop the pack, but I was a little bit careless there. I'm not sure whether he called the foul. That is, of course, a little bit harder for me to tell just based on the sound of the arena. Well, Rico definitely tried to develop the pack, so no points for guessing what will be next. Made a pretty good fist of that safety, but unfortunately for Rico, two things. One, the cue ball is not glued to either of the rails, and if anything, like as you can see there, the corner pocket is actually helping Tom to, do a bit more with his cue ball and positional shot of side of the shot. So if we're being a little bit more critical, you could say that was ever slightly a safety error. And using the word error, I believe Tom is not 100% on the right side of the 15, so it'd be interesting to see whether he can continue this run based off this angle here. clearly see the answer was no. So this is his last open ball left. Left himself a high angle. Needs to inject a lot of power in the cue ball. Yeah, that's already a lot better as this cue ball bounces high enough. Once again, every time he plays a positive shot, he never lands. It seems like that anyway. 100% perfect. Again here, I don't foresee this 3 to be a huge problem for Tom, but it's still a little bit awkward. It's not 100% where you would want it to be, of course. As you can see, he needs to bridge over a couple of balls there, and that already limits his options. But he always had the 6 over the hole there, so did the right thing. Just made sure that he caught the 3 and used the 6 to continue this run. It seems to me that the 11 is the most obvious break ball from this point of view. Basically, he needs to map out how to put the remaining opening balls here. And already with that nudge there, this is already looking a lot more easier to clear the table. Another nice delicate positional shot there. Didn't want to run into the 2. This is as played. So it'll be interesting to see whether he wants to leave the 10 for the penultimate ball or try and get rid of it after the 1 here. Seems to be the plan. Now, that was a surprise. You can clearly see, based on his body language, what he thought of that shot. Yeah. I have to say that did not look as a ball that I would categorize as a difficult shot. Hence the disappointment. Massive reprieve for Tom here. Rico failing to cut the 10 that seemed to be a. Oh, I must say that before I get to finish my sentence. Tom let slip of that chance. It can be the loneliest seat of the world when you're out there in the arena and, well, you're visibly underperforming. This is not 100% finished just yet. Well, Rico just decided I will accept that I will have a much tougher opening shot on the 11. As you can see, this is, as we call, cutting it into a blind pocket. If you play straight pool often enough, these are the type of shots you'll eventually get used to. They're, of course, far from ideal, but these are the type of shots that you will every once in a while have to face to continue the run. So it's basically building yourself up for only making the shot and trust that your cue ball do the work for itself. Well, ooh, it did pot it, but it was not directly. It actually got cannoned into the pocket from another ball, and he nearly lost his cue ball in the process. As it seems, I believe he should be able to cut this 7 in the side pocket. If not, it's looking like it's going to be a long pot. Yeah, so he's caught the 7 into the side. Again, a thin shot. The 14 should block the cue ball, or at least stop the pace in the cue ball, just like that. So, yeah, little fortunate having initially missed the direct pot on the 11, but as the other ball nudged it in, this could potentially be the inning where Rico gets to run away and run this match out to book his place in the semifinal. Having talked about the semifinal, the first player in this under 19 category that has booked his place in the semifinal is no other than Felix Vogel from Germany, who won his match in the quarterfinals convincingly 100 balls versus 32 against Alessio Bonanzinga from Italy. So we do have 3 other quarterfinals live in action. Luka Bugarski against Jakub Kraube from Poland. Luka with a commanding lead there, 84-26. And we also have Laurens Geitz versus Jakubas Silenchevas from, I believe, Estonia. That's 46-32. So all to play for in the other quarterfinals. Rico, of course, slowly but gradually also creeping towards the finishing line of this match. As we have our team at the venue from Predator, that they are manually keeping up the score. So as you can see, if you pay close attention, every time either of the players pot a ball, the score gets updated. So this is the actual score when the player is at the table. So Riku is looking to pot 21 balls to book his place in the semifinal. Couple of options here for Rico if he to work his way to the break ball. I mean, the 4 is also a pretty comfortable shot to open up the back of the break, or to use it as a break ball rather, I should say. So if you can land nicely on the 15 here, any pocket that as he prefers, should be able to leave his cue ball low, or a low enough angle on the 4. No, as you can see, so try and just get a little grip on the cue ball with a gentle backswing, just like that, and this is a nice angle on the 4. So as the score is updated, 85, just looking to basically pot all the balls remaining on the table, because as is the case with straight pool, you have 14.1, which means you're gonna use the last ball left at the table and then the other 14 balls re-rack. So if he pots the remaining 15 balls, he should prevail through to the semifinals And as we just saw there, a quick time schedule for the upcoming matches for the semifinals up into and including the final itself. We could continue in this run. The 7 is a little bit tough to say whether it goes past 2 balls, but of course you could use the 11. And I do believe he tried to gently disturb some of the balls there in the track. But you can hear some applause, so let's quickly have a look at the proceedings on the other table as I just refresh my page. Yep, it's Luka Bugarski who is finished off his match against Jakub Kraupe. So he will be taking on Felix Vogel in the semifinal up next, which should start around 11. That is, of course, based on if these other 2 remaining quarterfinals finish up in time. So keep an eye on that. And one way to make absolutely sure that you do not miss any of the action is to subscribe and put on the notification button. Then you will be notified as soon as we go live once again. Rico now very close to the finishing line. And if you have just tuned in to watch the finishing part of this match, the storyline here is both players have had multiple visits to the table with multiple chances. Tom Kurtz, needless to say, didn't really find his form, nor, let's say, got rewarded with some of the attacking shots he took on in this match. Every time well, it seemed like that anyway, he went into the pack or tried to develop something, he just got faced with a tricky shot right after that. So it's been a tough old day at the office, and I say that Enrico overcuts this 7. So it seems to me that this is pretty much one last call here for Tom Kurtz. So this is do or die from this point on forward, because Rico will not fail too many times to pot 8 balls. So let's see if Tom has one last push in him. Of course, it's going to be tough. He needs at least 50 balls to overtake Rico's advantage here. Already, this is a critical shot here on the 7. So he needs a very thinnish contact. Any thick contact, he could miss the pack and lose his cue ball here. Well, he did run into the 8 there, and it seems like he could cut this 3 in the side pocket, but again, where's the next ball coming from? So this has been a pattern. Like I said, when Tom gets to the table and he's playing a positive shot, he's not being rewarded necessarily as often as Rico has been. So he's entitled to feel a little bit disappointed with how this match has been going. And that 3 proved to be a bit more difficult than expected. I suppose the only good news here for Tom is there's 6 balls remaining at the tables, which does mean that Rico cannot win this match just by clearing these 6 remaining balls. So that's his only last saving grace. And as we look at the split, it's not 100% sure whether there's 9 pots in the side pocket. If it doesn't, then all of a sudden Rico needs to get the long tackle out and bridge over the pack of 3 balls to try and cut the 3 in. And this is not an easy shot if that is the case. Well, so much so he's actually trying to pot this with his opposite hand.
Time. Extension.
Rico looking to get a decent split here. Let's not forget he only needs 3 balls, and when he puts this 9, he would only need 2 more balls to book his place in the semifinal. And this is not looking hopeful for Tom. He could definitely go around the 8 here, and yep, well, it's hard to bet against this shot for the win. And that's it. Rico wins this quarterfinal, beats his opponent from Czech, Tom Kurz, and books his place in the semifinal of the under 19 Youth European Championship. So the only remaining quarterfinal from this bracket is the match still going on table 6 between Lawrence Geitz versus Jokubas Silanchevas. My name is Arya Surabia. Thank you for your time and attention. If you want to follow the other proceedings, just head over to the epbf.com website where you can follow all the brackets and the live scores. So we will be back with the next matches on these two live stream tables shortly, where you will be watching them with live commentary.
Tak tam jako bylo to největší, že si z toho 11, jak to potom tam breakoval a povedlo se to. Nebo to vlastně, že to potopil a ještě Bíla nejela do toho. Tam začátek, jako tam nějaký streky si hra fakt divně, to tam jako úplně zvolený streky, ale jakoby...
Pak na každý break to měl fakt těžkou chvíli.
Ne, 100%.
To nevyšlo. Tady teďka jsem taky breakoval z té sedmičky a to bylo mi dost těžké.
Bylo takovou smlouvy, no. Jestli Rico bude hrát takhle, tak jako šance na to tam. Byla škoda, bylo hratelné, no. Ale ještě máme 3 disciplíny, to je jenom začátek.
Jako nestala úplně vyhazovat.
Ale už jdeme. whatever we can use, we are using it.
Yeah. No,
In a lot of it.
Yes.
Okay.
I will turn it on now, but if whoever forgets this one also dies.
Okay.
It's not maybe a diving, it's not driving for sure. I don't see many people
Yeah.
playing. That's a classic. So what time do we start? There is still an extra maybe. Announcement? At least I stay here because you know I'm you know much interested.
Okay, now they both work. For the introduction. Over there in the middle. Over there in the middle. Because Luke is gonna stand here and talk. Luke is gonna be here. Blah 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 blah. Stay here in front, yes, exactly. Ne znam, možeš? Smiješ definitivno. The plan, the tournament leadership relevant to the start. Seriously. One question. So what I did, that one goes on 25 days. I put this on 75. And then when we start, yeah, number 7 we don't touch. 50. I put it 50 right now. So we don't have problems. Yeah, cool.
You are this guy.
Hello, players. Could you please take your seats and referees prepare the tables. Hello and welcome to the Predator European Youth Pool Championships, coming to you from the Therme Olimia Resort in Slovenia. The opening discipline is straight pool, and we're at the semi-final stage for both under 17 and under 19 categories. Firstly, on table 4, in the under 17 division, Martin Rosa of Germany against Max Benko of Slovenia. Moving on to table 3 and the under 19s, from Lithuania, Jokabas Silantievas against Riku Romponen of Finland. Moving on to table 2 with the under 17s, Jakub Krobot of Poland against Slovenia's Maj Badinibrec. And finally, on table 1, from Serbia, Luka Bugarski and his opponent, Felix Vogel of Germany. The races are 75 in the under 17s and 100 in the under 19s. And your referees in charge of the action: on table 1, Alexandra Balas of Romania; on table 2, Alexandra Vulovic of Serbia; on table 3, Sreko Petrovic of Bosnia-Herzegovina; and on table 4, Jalo Kotinurmi of Finland. Players, please elect for the break.
Break off from Felix, not giving much away at all. Typical kind of standard break off. It's one of those disciplines where sometimes the break is, unlike other games where you're trying to be offensive, straight pool is, break is all about the defense. Has he just got enough? I think he has. I think he's covered that one along the rail. There you see. Looks to be covered. He could play off the top of the 4-ball maybe, or the top of the stack and come back across. Maybe he's trying to kick from the bottom, go into the pack. Yeah, just using the pack as cover. Yeah, it's quite common this early on in a rack. Where's the cue ball going? So yeah, first chance really felt a looker there, but wasn't able to capitalise. It's a little bit loose this. He wanted that 6-ball to be on the bottom rail. He's left an open shot. He will have to play this possibly relatively slow if he wants to hold. Can't really stun it because the cue ball is so close. But he does have an option to come up table. Looking there, maybe the stripe does go past the 4-ball. Just means he can put a little bit more of a stroke on this. Early in this match, it's nice to maybe let your arm go just a little bit instead of dropping one in. He's digging down as well. This adds difficulty to the shot. Wow. All-out attack from Felix. What a great shot that was. Like I said, some players prefer a little bit more power over dropping something in, and clearly there, no fear. Great chance now. He could take this 11 along the bottom rail. He's just lining it up here. Go straight into that 9-ball. And he does have the 10-ball and the 4-ball as kind of insurance. Because he wants to leave maybe a break ball, I don't think he would go into this a crazy speed. Just a nice solid hit in the 9. Yeah, nicely done. Yeah, you don't want to go into those too hard and push too many balls up table or to the rails. He's pushed it in such a way where the 1-ball and the 8-ball look to be break opportunities. That's a bit of a bonus. I'm not sure if he played it that way, but I think he tried to maybe bump into the 1 maybe, but he's okay. He's already opened all these balls up nicely, so know if the 8 ball does go, 12 does. All depends which one he wants to leave for the break ball. A lot of players have certain shots they prefer. Some people like left side versus right side. Of course, you have to take what the table gives you, but if you can have choices, it's always nice to leave the one that you prefer the most. Yeah, it's interesting dynamic of this semi-final. As you heard Luke mention, on the other table you have Lithuania versus Finland on the other under-19 match. Jokubas Silantivas against Rico Rompinen from Finland. Rico is the reigning champion, I believe. I think he won it last year, if my stats are correct, and I believe he won it the year before on the under-17s as well. So a very strong straight pool player. Felix, as I mentioned earlier, is chasing his first gold medal in the straight pool, so he'd be looking to go one better, get in the final. But Luca also as well has won multiple medals in 10 ball and 8 ball, so no stranger to business end of events. So it'll be interesting to see how they battle this one out. All looking to take down Rico as the reigning champ. We'll keep an eye on that match as well as we go through this one, see how they're progressing. Be nice if you can land pretty straight on this last stripe ball. That would be nice. Angle's fine, but if he can land straight, well, it's a bit thinner than he would have liked. I'm guessing he wants to play the 1 ball as his break ball, so he's held that too well. How much can he actually hold? He might have to go, yeah, I don't know. Can he hold it for the 1? I think he probably can. Just same kind of shot, try and kill the white ball. Just way too much angle than he wanted. He's maybe changing his plan, going above the stripe instead. No, he's not going to get there. It's a bit of a careless one. He had such a lot of table space. He tried to change his plan and go from the 1 and use the stripe as the break ball. Because of that, you'd be a little bit annoyed there. He'd done all the hard work. So I don't think from this angle he can get into the pack unless he tries to force something. He might play safe and just draw the cue ball all the way up table. No, he's just taking the extra point and playing safe in the back of the stack. Is it going to hit the rail? It is. So pretty good shot. Had to deal with his run ending a little bit shorter than you would have liked, but it's getting a little bit tricky now. The balls are starting to open up, so getting cover. Oh, he's played a good shot there. But I still think Felix can just stun that stripe away, maybe. Possibly lock him up on the stripe just next to it, blocking that 5 ball. You might even be able to bump the 5 ball away from the centre pocket with the stripe. Yeah, it's okay. Lucas in a bit of trouble now. Don't know if he's got a straightforward flick off the pack again. Yeah, he might be forced into taking a foul maybe. Yeah, that's what he's doing. So, playing a deliberate foul. Looks like Felix is going to do the same. Thing is, Luca knows what's coming. Once you get to a third foul, you lose more points, so this will be interesting to see what he does. He's hoping that Luca makes a bit of Felix makes a bit of a mistake, but if he makes a foul again, Felix is just going to do the same. So you see, he knew if he made a foul there, he would have lost like 15 more points. So it's a funny situation when you have those deliberate fouls. It's, you kind of know what the outcome's going to be, and at some point you'll have to try to find something. But the chance for Felix. The balls are also nice again, so the 13 just next to the triangle there will be a decent break ball. He still has some complications here to figure out. Does the red 3 go? I think it does. So if it does go, he can put that in the bottom left pocket when he chooses to. The 8 ball in the side could run into the 9 and the 2 maybe.
Extension hole.
gone wrong? I think the angle on the 8 ball wasn't ideal. Well, it's not completely end of the run, it just means he's going to possibly go into his break ball. But then where does he go from there? That's the thing in straight pool, sometimes you have to change your plan. So he will be making contact on the 13. Can he leave it on? Well, he couldn't. He could even get past it, so that's okay. He's run a little bit further than he would have liked, maybe. So it was obviously thin enough just to miss that 13, but does he go aggressive here and try and bump into something? That's what he's done. He might have to play another bump here from the 2 ball. It's not a bad line. He probably doesn't want to hit this too hard. He'd love to hit in between the 3 and the 10. That would be quite a nice place, because then he wouldn't have any risk of locking up. If he catches the 10 ball full, he could end up on nothing. That's not bad at all. He's caught them 10 ball and the 4, so I think that 3 ball might be a break ball. Yeah, it looks okay. So managed to get himself back into a position here. Probably play the 4 ball, leave an angle on the 10, then play the 9 and come back up for the 3 in the bottom left. So he's just changing his path. He prefers the 10 first. How's the speed? It's just about okay. Presuming the 4 ball does go, because that's what he's played for, I believe. That looks tight. It must go. And just draw off the side rail here and just leave a shot on the 9. It's nicely done. Even having a bit of angle on this 9 is fine. You can play it on 2 rails or 1 rail. Players generally play this on 2 rails. Just a little bit of left hand spin, go on the short rail, long rail, and just come out somewhere up round the middle pocket line ish, in line with the 3 ball would be nice. There's a 1-2 rails, needs to slow down. Yeah, he's just okay. So it was nicely worked out there. He ran into a few problems but managed to find a way to get himself in a good position with a break ball. Nice start from Felix. You see the view of the other table going on at the moment. Reigning champion Rico is 27-14 behind against Jakubis from Lithuania. So a bit of a battle going on there as well. We'll keep an eye on that match as we evolve. Yeah, it's not bad. Was able to make the ball, which is the first task. So often you see players missing the the break ball when they're trying to think about connecting the pack. Second objective is to get the cue ball away from the stack and hopefully having a few balls pop out that you can work with. And this orange 5 is not bad. He can just roll this forward maybe. Getting rid of the 2 ball first. Wants to be a bit closer to his work. Yeah, interesting. I thought he could just drop the 5 in and maybe leave a bit of an angle on this stripe to go into the pack, as he was thinking of playing the 5 and opening something. Maybe he doesn't like the angle. Maybe he doesn't like the angle of the stripe. Thought he could just drop this in, but he's checking it either way. He's left a nice angle to at least make contact with some balls. Doesn't need to punch this too hard because he doesn't want to miss the balls. The 7 ball is waiting, so probably just a shot to open a few things up. Yeah, you can see he's going into the outside of the stack. Yeah, I like that speed. Needs the 8 to hold up. Oh, that could work out okay. He might even be able to play a little bit of a stop shot here and use the 8 ball as another break ball opportunity. Yeah, he's a bit unlucky there. He's hampered queuing. Can he pot the 6? I think he can. Can he get the 1 in the side, the 4 ball through the gap? I'm not sure if that's an option. Looking at it. Well, he could get through. Nice bonus that. Otherwise he didn't really have much of a shot on, so he's working hard to keep this run going. Break ball, he does have an option on the 12. That one looks pretty okay, and all the balls are down table, so he doesn't have to do anything crazy. It's just about managing the puzzle. Yeah, I think he's in pretty good shape yet. 10 balls needs a little bit of attention just because of where it is. He could even play for the 10 now. Maybe draw the 1 off the 1 off the long rail. Not sure on his angle. for the 10 now. Let's have a look. He was able to get through the gap. He's overheaded though. Surprised he took a chance to go through that. If he could have just held the cue ball, he could have played it in the side or the top. So now I don't know if he can avoid. I don't know if he can avoid the 12, so a bit of a problem this. Don't think he's got anything here, and if the cue ball is in the area of the triangle, cue ball will have to go back up table. I'm sure the referee will look at this closely. Nothing to look at. It was very clear he was already in the triangle, so the cue ball goes up behind the line, and then Felix will be playing from there. I just wonder if that might work in his favour. Because of where the stripe is, he could possibly have a thin cut on this stripe. Could give him an option to go in the stack from the back. It's not a bad result potentially. Yeah, this is alright. It's more than what he was maybe expecting when he went into the 12. Yeah, I like the way he played that. So he played into the edge of the triangle, which is kind of what you call the weaker part of the pack. If he played that in such a way to, say, catch the pack from the bottom straight in the middle, that's where the most weight and congestion is, so it's harder to open the balls. So he went into the weaker side, as you say, and he's played a great shot. He's got a chance straight away on this 5 to open up some more balls. So he's just going to get himself in a better position. Probably draw the cue ball off this little cluster and out. He has the one ball up table as this insurance ball. This has turned out to be a very good run for Felix. He's going forward, so that'll also work out fine. What a great run so far from Felix, battling through. He hasn't had anything straightforward, but he's finding solutions. So I don't know if that 2 ball is a break ball or not. It's hard to tell. Was he overscrewed it? He's just okay. Yeah, maybe that 2 ball could be a break ball, but he might have to still open a few up anyway, which could present another opportunity.
Time. Extension.
Yeah, just calling extension. We do have a shot clock in operation, 35 seconds, 25-second extension. Just keep the game flowing. And he's underhit that. It's partly due to maybe the extension on his cue and stretching. Can make this 2. But don't think he can do much with the cue ball. Can he hold on anything? He might have to just miss all of this and come 2 reels for maybe the 6 in the same pocket. See if he can open something up with that. Might not be a bad outcome. Cue ball somewhere in the middle of the table will work. Yeah, it's not bad. Probably like to go in the bottom side of the 8. Cue ball will go down and disturb the 2 stripes as well that are connected, so he didn't even catch the 8. I think that was a little bit of a misjudgment. Cue ball would have went further forward. He does have one to the top corner. I think there is a break ball there as well, so one good shot and he could still be okay. Does have a cutback as well. It's thin, but I do like the one in the top corner here. If he can get it, that is. He might have to play it in the side. Not sure what he's really got here. Maybe he is blocked by the 8 ball. Hard to tell. Yeah, he's called the side, so maybe that's the only option. Oh, he makes it. So again, Felix is, well, hanging on to these runs. Anything but straightforward. He's got a choice of the 14 or the 8. I don't know if the...
Time.
Yeah, he's already used his extension, so he needs to make a choice. Well, he's chasing this more and more. It's getting more and more difficult. Yeah, chasing big time here. He's calling the 8 in the side. But even then, he's going to have to find a break ball of some kind, if possible.
Time.
see what he tried to do. He tried to just bump the stripe in such a way to leave himself a break ball. I feel like at some point he's probably going to run into a problem. Be chasing this rack after rack, and I have to give him credit for getting where he did. He's left a nice starter for Luca to try and get some table time, so it'd be great if he can get something open and run a few balls. See, bit of a battle on the other table, very close indeed. Not much between them. Was around 26 all. Just refreshed there, and I can see 43 to 29. Rico is behind to Jacobus, so battling hard there. But back to this one, Luca has a bit of a gap to try and close, and he's played a good shot there. A few open balls, something to work with. Just as I said that, he was handpad queuing, and that could just be due to sitting in his chair for so long. But he's gifted a chance back to Felix already. He'd be disappointed there. Yeah, just has to open something up. Not sure if it's worth going in off the 9. He's just looking at a few different options for break balls, but he definitely needs to open this little cluster up, and something from there could present itself as a good break opportunity. Yeah, a little bump here. Just open these balls up. Maybe leave a nice little... Ooh, nearly scratched, but that's been a great shot. I think he's left a nice break ball there as well, so... Felix finding ways to make things happen. I have to say, it hasn't been so straightforward, but he's battling hard to keep these runs going, has to be said.
Extension ball.
Yeah, I think that he does have the break ball there. Yeah, nicely done. He's going to have to... Yeah, somewhere where the cue ball is now isn't too bad. Anyway, as long as he's in line with the stripe will work. Yeah, that's not too bad. He can work with that. So yeah, just looking on the other table, Kubus is still 52-30 ahead of Rico Romponen at the moment on table 3. Felix has a pretty okay break ball here. It's just a little bit deceptive on the eyes sometimes when it's so close to the pack. It does look fine. Just give this a bit of a pop. That was a good break shot, really. Maybe a little bit unlucky, has to be said. The balls have opened quite nice. Doesn't really have an easy opener, if I could say that. Of course, he has a couple of pots on, but when you open that many balls up and you can put any ball, you would like to have maybe an easier starter than this. But no problem for Felix. Just needs a little bit of working out. He's got a few balls that he can work with anyway. It's just that little cluster in the middle. There's no obvious break ball yet, so he might have to make something happen. He's decided to go all the way down for the green 6, but it'd be nice if he had a little bit of angle there just to go into the 3 balls, the 3 solids there. Don't think he can from this angle. So we will need to open them up at some point. You'd love to do it where you can... No, maybe he's going to play a draw shot from the 7 ball here and come other side. Needs to slow down. Yeah, he's played that well. So you can draw the 7 into the 5, 4 and the 2. Maybe leave a break ball on and have the stripe as a bonus. How's it worked out? Is the 4 ball? I don't know. Could be an option. Like the way he worked that out. So maybe that 4 ball could work. Just looks a little bit on the lower side. Let's see what he does. So just picking them off. He does have a 3 ball as a possible break ball, if that 4 is not an option. I'd love to get that 9 ball out the way as soon as you can. Maybe play for it straight away. Yeah, so because he's played this way, maybe it tells me that the 3 ball might be the break ball. Because he could have quite easily used that 3 to get to the 9. Yeah, the 3 is not ideal really from a breaking perspective. Be interesting to see what he does here, because I don't really see any obvious 5 ball that's at the top of the pack, right in the triangle. That ball would come up table if he did leave that till the end. Maybe he's thinking the 9 ball could work. If he leaves it thin enough, he could play a 5 ball here, try and somehow leave a thin 9. Yeah, that's a really smart shot. That's as good as he could have left, in all honesty. Played it in such a way to guarantee that thin angle. It's always tricky going into the pack this way, but
Timeout.
so Felix taking a timeout as well as his opponent, so we will just take a few minutes as well, and we will come back and rejoin this match when players return to the arena. Yeah, so welcome back. Players did come back to the arena, but Felix has stepped out for his drink. Must have forgotten his drink on the way through. So both players back. So Felix back after his timeout. Comes back to the table with the break shot that he had left. These can always be a little bit tricky. That's why he's just took it very conservatively and hasn't really worked out. He has a 1-2 combo, but or a bank on the 8. Didn't really have much choice. Felix there just deciding to keep things tight. Extension, just thinking a little bit here, he doesn't want to give Luca any table time as much as possible because he's done very well. He's done very well to keep him contained, and he's continuing that trend. I don't think Felix is going to push the boat out at all in this match. He's going to try and just keep him locked in his chair. Bit of a mistake there from Luca. He's left the 3 in the side. Yeah, just composing himself because he's at a crucial part of this match. He's decided to go into something. Well, that's worked out okay because the 14 does go all out aggression there. A little bit of congestion, but as we've seen in the rack so far, doesn't seem to faze him. He seems to have been very good at, well, puzzle solving, finding a way. How's the angle? It's okay. He's got a couple of balls he can work with here. Orange 5. Maybe the 4 possibly. I don't know what he's played for there. Maybe the 5. Strange if he... I thought he could have just played a stop shot there maybe and had very similar angle. Yeah, I know we're waiting on the score to come back up. The EPBF website is just having a few issues, I believe, at the moment, so we've just lost the score for a second. But I've no doubt that will come back very soon. The most important thing is in the arena they know where they are. And we will just continue on for the time being. All is good.
I'm starting ball, corner pocket.
Wow, it was a good shot, but afraid he's putting himself into a little bit of trouble. Yeah, he's going to play a thin edge here. Doesn't really have anything on. He can play the 12 into the 2. Doesn't want to push the 2 over to the corner. So pace is important here. Oh, he's judged that very well. What a great shot. Keeping it tight. Felix giving away nothing at the moment. Great shot. Both players not giving much away at the moment. It's going to need another shot. At some point the balls will be over further enough to the left side. This will become a problem. Might play off the left side here. Can he hit the 2 ball? Yeah, he can. Pretty good. Keeping it tight. He could find himself back up the top again. Thin off this 7. That's a bit of a mistake there. He was trying to concentrate so much. Luckily he didn't leave anything, so no damage done. Obviously the score is still work in progress at the moment, but for those wanting to know, it's 84 to Felix, in favour of Felix, 2 for Luca at the moment, so quite a big lead. Yeah, he's missed it and he's left a chance for Felix here. I think you can bump these balls as well from the 2 ball, maybe. Maybe not. You might have to play from the 12. Yeah, he's played that well, so now he can use the 12 ball and go into this little cluster. Again, it's not a shot that you want to play really hard because you'd love to leave a break ball. The 10 ball does go. Played that very well. Great shape. So there's a break ball there to the right of the triangle as well, so Felix, if he can take these remaining 3 balls out, he's probably a break. And a handful of balls away. How's the pace? Doesn't want to be on top of that 6 ball though. Yeah, he's okay. He's had to change the plan a little bit. He's using a different ball. He could have run a bit further forward there. He still has a bit of an angle. And he can take on the bottom portion of the triangle where it's a little bit weaker and just try to bump out a handful of balls. That will probably do to get him started. It's one of those angles where sometimes you're trying to force it with loads of power and you can miss the pot. I don't think Felix will do that here though. He'll try to break into the stack round about where the referee's right hand is. That would probably be a good area to attack, unless he wants to draw off the top, but let's see how he chooses to play it. Very close to getting in the final, so one more good shot could be enough. So I believe he should be on about 92, so potting this one will be 93. Therefore you just need a little bit of help to get 7 balls. Yeah, he's attacked that area. Well, don't think it's worked out. He kind of wanted to run the cue ball forward, but he stunned into them. Don't think he's got anything. So still life in this match yet. There you see the scoreboard back up. So he's super close to the finish line, everything to do. For those asking about an update on table 3 in the other semi-final, Jakubas Silantjevis has beaten Rico 100-30. So he makes the final and the reigning champ is out. So great run for him there in Lithuania. This match is not over yet. We have seen people come back from all kinds of deficits, but this is a bit of a mountain to climb for Luka. You would think one more mistake and this match could be over. I'm sure Felix will be looking to try and squeeze an opportunity out of this somewhere. I don't think he'll go too crazy and try to force the match. Is there a gap here? Oh, there is. Look at that. Wow. So he can pot that. That's very unlucky for Luka. Pots this one here. Maybe cannons into the stripe or the solid. He'll have an option for the 4 ball as well, or one of the balls in the side. What a great chance this is. And there is 7 balls, 8 balls in the open. Wow, I think he's been unlucky. That's incredible. I don't actually think he's got a shot, like a clean shot. That's... Can he get the stripe? I don't know if he can. That's incredible. Wow. Well, Poole never ceases to amaze. He does have maybe a bank on this shot. He could play like a power bank with a little bit of check to straighten it up. That could be an option. Or a thin 4. 4 ball is potable. It's thin. Oh, what a great shot. Just asking the referee how many. Needs 5 more, and as you can see, there's 3, 4, 5, 6 balls in the open, maybe even 7, depending what goes in the bottom right from the stack. Felix, if he can avoid it, will not be looking to open too much. Does the 10 ball go? Didn't look like it went. Could be a mistake, and might have played a bit of a loose one there if it doesn't go. Didn't think it did go. Yeah, it doesn't, so he has to play the 3. This is a bit more pressure than this one. Yeah. Felix will be annoyed there. He only needed 3 balls and he had so much choice. Just a bit of a loose one on the 8. Just gave. Could it be a Hail Mary look for Luca? Of course, 97-2 is a substantial lead. However, you never know. You never know. We have seen it before. Players can run, have a good run, and might not even get another chance. It would be brutal if that happened. But boy, would it be entertaining. Break ball wise, don't see what options he has. He's trying to open something up, which he has done. What a great shot. So that does give him an option, but he might have to go up table and then back down table unless he wants to use. Yeah, he's putting his cue there. Maybe that could be a good break ball. Well, he's deciding to go up table, then to come back down. I'm not sure that was a smart choice. He had to be so accurate. There's a cue ball. That's a great shot from there. Done everything possible to try and give himself a chance at a break ball. So Lucas hanging in, punished Felix for that mistake and left himself a break ball. Needs to keep it going. Played a good shot there. How's your luck? Well, at first glance, don't know if it's very good. You might have been unlucky there unless the 10 ball goes. Here's a long 3 ball. Not ideal, but it's the only shot he has. All he has to do is stop shot, so it's not terrible. Yeah, good shot. So all of a sudden, Luca's starting to get a little bit of momentum. Probably for the first time in the match, he's really had open table with a little bit of freedom to move around. It's been all Felix, so it'll be interesting to see if how much he can close this gap. One of those moments where you're kind of so far behind that you're just kind of comfortable just trying to get your arm going and see if you can just close the deficit a little bit. There's also a danger of taking your eye off a shot as well sometimes. There you go, like I said, maybe I jinxed him there, I apologise. Look, it does happen, I think, when you're so far behind, you're so loose. Trying just to get something going, it's so easy to miss a ball. One thing is for certain, Felix will be giving this 110% of attention. Thin 14. Come round, he's got a choice of 4 ball, 8 ball, 9 ball. I wonder if he's thinking, is it thin that he might go into the 1 ball? It could be that thin where the angle is lining up for that.
Time.
Well, he's going for the 9 instead. Doesn't like the 14. Bang, what a shot that is. Very courageous. 2 more balls. This match is looking like to be over. Yeah, look at putting his cue down. Well done, Felix Vogel. And looky there, look at. There was really not much he could do. He was in the chair for such a long time. Maybe a light glimmer of hope at the end there, but not meant to be. So Felix moves on to the final, where he will take on Jokubas Silvantivis from Lithuania. That will be on at 1 PM local time. So come back and join us. My name's Graham Hickman. Thanks for joining me, and we'll speak to you soon. Bye for now.
Oh yeah, have a look outside. I was thinking of illegal break shots coming, and if there are more than one box than me and Temple, you know what I mean? Yeah, and I'll nod so that we know we are all on the same.
Which stick on the left, please?
like the new one? Yeah, of course.
It's from Felix.
So he played there.
Do you have time for a short briefing? And you know already from the semifinals, it's a shot clock on it. You have every break shot after the break shot 60 seconds. Every break shot, you know when you potted the 15th ball, you open the rack, so after this shot you have 60 seconds.
Oh, okay, nice.
Okay. Also, you know it already from the semi-finals. When I will make the place for the cue balls for the leg, please don't touch it or move it. Okay. I think the other stuff is here.
Yeah, thanks.
Good match, good match. On time. And we have also before you will have to go out and we have a walk-in with announcement. Okay.
Thank you very much. Have a good match.
Yes, it does. But, I'll when you're done, one, okay. And I drop it somewhere. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah, that's maybe better. And in my quarterfinal, Terme did the right, like from they were facing that side because the straight for straight ball, and I put my balls over there on the other side, and then I realized I was on the wrong side. So, but I think that this wrong side was straight ball is better for the camera. So it doesn't make sense. Yes, yeah, that's what I mean. Great. Yeah, because you are not like
Okay, if it's possible. Yeah, for sure. I see.
Good afternoon, and we're back at the Predator European Youth Championships here in sunny Slovenia. It's the finals of the straight pool division. Firstly, on table 2, with the under-17s, introducing from Poland, Jakub Grobot. And his opponent this afternoon, from Slovenia, Max Benko. And moving on to table 1, it's the under-19 gold medal match. Will you welcome Lithuania's Jokubas Silančievas and his opponent this afternoon from Germany, Felix Vogel. It's a race to 75 in the under-17 match and a race to 100 for the under-19s. Your referees in charge of the action on table 2 from Croatia, Alan Bujas, and on table 1 from Austria, Florian Rettenbacher. Gentlemen, please lack for the break.
Afternoon, everyone watching around the world. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. The final of the European Championships under 19 straight pool contested between the two young men featuring this final, Felix Vogel, and against his opponent from Lithuania, no other than Jokubas Silanchevas. Both players in a rich vein of form. They started off the field with 41 contestants and only 2 young men remain to battle it out. My name is Arya Surabi. I will be walking you through this match. Hope you enjoy this. What should be set for an epic final. A little background information. The man you see right now at the table, Felix Vogel, is a very talented young man who has been in a impeccable form the recent years in these European Championship tournaments. This is not his first time in the final at the European Championships. As you can see, he has participated previously under the 17 as well as under the 19, several gold and silver medals. However, his opponent, Jokubas, this is in fact his first showdown in the final. He has been to a couple of quarterfinals previously, so this is the first time for this young man with what could be a pivotal moment in his career. Let's not mess about here. When you get the chance to play in a final and have the opportunity to call yourself a European champion, you will join a very select few people in this entire world. To be able to call yourself a European champion is a great honor, and I'm sure that will add a bit of extra pressure here for the young man from Lithuania. As he gets the match going with a first chance here, as you can see at the bottom of your screens, it's a race to 100. Let's see if this young man can settle himself down. Of the two, just based on the recent form over the years, you would have to think that it is much more important for Jokubas to get off to a good start, try to build some momentum, build some lead, build some confidence, but more importantly, also be involved in this match. This doesn't strike me as the type of layout where he could rely on immaculate cue ball control. So at some point he might need to go into the pack and try to get a little bit more of a spread in the center part of the table where there's at least 6 or 7 balls. Yeah, so already took this opportunity to develop them a little bit more. Now he can probably use this 10 and play position on the 13 or the 7, whichever he prefers. I believe the 13 is the most natural one of the two that pots. The 3 balls left to his queuing, either of the 3 seem to be in a perfect spot to use as a break ball. I'm happy to inform you guys that the scoreboard is live and updated, so if you've just joined us, you're watching the final here in the under the 19 European Championships final in the straight pool division, where every single point will be added on the match scoreline, so you don't have to guess on what type of run the players are, although I'll do my best to give you a actual call on the amount of balls run in a visit. So no need to guess what the current score line is. Like I said previously, seems that either one of the two balls, whether it's the 15 or the 14 is causing ever so slightly a little hindrance here. So the quicker you can get rid of one of the two, it'd be in his favor. Just like that. That was a nicely calculated cannon there. Desperately tried to avoid pushing the 15 further away. So he's in good control here. Early signs, good mechanics, although on that particular shot I felt that he had a little shorter pause in his backswing. Some of the things well, at least I do as a commentator, if you keep an eye on that, that is also a sign of maybe little nerves, which is completely normal, of course. Like I said before, it is his first European Championships finals. So a big moment for this young man at the table. Seems to have recovered the situation nicely. Yeah, you can see where he's trying to position his cue ball. Needs to get a solid strike on this one, a good bite in his cue ball, just to make sure that he crosses the center line of the table to leave himself an easy angle on the 15. And I believe, well, he could have done with a tad bit more, but I do believe he can generate enough power to disturb the pack here. So Kuba's composing himself. That is enough to work with. Got a nice shot here on the 4. He's got options with this angle. He could screw in between the gap of the 9 and a 13, or just use the angle with a little inside spin to control his cue ball. Doesn't even have to use inside, of course. Just drop it in, just like so. It's tough to tell by this angle what type of hook he's got on the 9 here. As you can see, he is a bit more straighter than he would have loved. So maybe he needs to force an angle from this position.
Time.
And we all know the harder you hit a ball, the less margin for error you get. You should be able to regain control over his cue ball, just to absolutely guarantee that he puts the 13, and the cue ball should take care of the rest. It is bound to run into the 11 and the 1 here. Yep. Good enough. That 10 ball, the left side of the pack, should be able to pass the pack. Yes, indeed it does. So he's already looking at the next shot after this to play position. Not a huge gap to place his cue ball for the 3 here, so does have to be precise after this shot. Well, he's definitely not on the 3, so that being said, he could use this angle on the 2 and run into the pack, so that way it would be 2 shots in 1. He could develop the pack as well as give himself nice odds to have a shot on the 3. Well, there you go, nicely controlled. Yeah, if he can take the 8 in the middle and he's got the angle to run, let his cue ball run into the 14 and the 5, that would be ideal. Not so sure whether he can do that off this shot here. If he can, I believe that is great value to take that shot on. Yeah, I think he's got the angle to disturb the 14 and the 5, you know. Well, referee present in the arena with a stopwatch. He will notify the players if they get close to the last 10 seconds of a shot. So every once in a while when you hear time, it's the referee notifying the players that they are playing under a shot clock. Each player, of course, gets 1 extension per rack. Slightly overran his cue ball, Jokubas. Makes the next shot a little bit more difficult than was needed. Nicely done, nevertheless. There's a case to say go downwards of the table. He could have used the angle on the 3 there to go towards the 1, or he can just use the 1 to play position on the 7 for the breaking ball. Yeah, that seems to be the plan here. Yeah, he's got a funny angle here on the 5. So it seems like either a long pot, he could, if he wants to, yeah, draw it back there, because he should be able to avoid the middle pocket, so he would land on the bottom side of the middle pocket where his bridge hand is closest to. Just a little away from the rail would be ideal. And more importantly, he's left himself an angle to work with, so that's already a nice feeling so far. Yeah, play that shot with a little bit of running side. Seems like Felix.
Timeout.
Yeah, Felix called a timeout. Gets 6 minutes to return to his chair. As you see in your overview, we have got another final going on table number 2, where we have Jakub Chrobot from Poland taking on Max Benko. That is the under 17 straight pool European finals. So a lot of pool to be played. If you want to follow that match, you can head on to our YouTube channel and click on the link for table number 2. That is live, also provided with live commentary from my dear colleague Eric. So a lot of pool action to choose from. Meanwhile, Jokubas is perfectly allowed to continue his run. Doesn't have to wait for his opponent to return in time. So he just continues this run, which in fact is the actual run of 29 balls and continuing. So perfect start here for the young man from Lithuania. Jokubas again facing a what seems to be a nice widespread layout, so he's got good odds here to keep this impressive run going. As I mentioned at the top of the show, of the two players, it's the young man at the table that is participating in his first European final under 19. Felix has had several medals, starting at his earliest in 22, where he took the under 17 9-ball European Championship. So again, I can't overemphasize how important it is for the young man at the table to get off to a great start, and so far it's looked pretty convincing.
Time.
Yeah, needs that cue ball to... Yeah, should be fine here. On the 12 in the middle he is looking at, as his opponent returns to his chair. Yeah, right now the 15 seems to be the most obvious breaking ball for him to continue this run. You could potentially take other options, but from this setting you tend to think the 15 is the most common ball to try to disturb the pack if he gets to get rid of the last 3 balls to keep this run going. Yeah, he landed a little bit funny here on the 10. Ideally would have liked the cue ball to roll on a little bit further, maybe an inch or two, just to make this next shot a little bit easier. So he's left himself an angle there, so he can definitely continue this run, but now there's 2 things that have happened. He's landed a bit straighter on the 15, and there is a little bit more distance in the cue ball and the breaking ball, so that is something to keep an eye out for. This is in fact a run of 42 and continuing by Jokubas. Yet to see his opponent Felix at the table, patiently waiting for his first opportunity to get himself on the scoreboard. Yeah. That's enough. He's got a next shot to work with. Although he needs to hurry up, of course. Not a lot of open balls left for him to continue this break, so it's very important that he gets a nice angle on the 8 here after this 2 to try and disturb some more out in the open.
Time.
Yeah, that's not completely gone to plan. You could still cut this 4 in, but it's a lot trickier than you might think. And also the cue ball is now running away from the pack, so he needs to be very careful here not to lose his cue ball.
Time. Extension.
Referee called the time, so wisely Jokubas has called upon his extension. Needs to make sure that he puts this 4 and try to control his cue ball. In goes the 4. Yeah, the second part, controlling the cue ball, unfortunately went wrong there. I thought he was about to go around the table. It seemed like to me that he tried to actually check the cue ball, which, yeah, as you can see, has not worked out great for him. So this is the first time in this run where he's faced with a pressure pot. It's called the 7. These are not easy. As his run ends on 45, which is a very decent start here. Gives us the chance to see Felix at the table for the first time in this final.
Time.
He's looking a little bit reluctant to take on the 6 here to the middle pocket. Not quite sure why he doesn't want to take on that shot.
Time.
Seems like he's desperately trying to get rid of the 1 there. It will also clear up the pathways for the 5, of course, into the top left corner pocket. I mean, he could try and put the 9 here if he wants to. Yeah, it seems to be his plan. Yeah, that's a nicely executed shot. However, having said that, that 5 has landed in a funny spot there, right next to the 3. Yeah, chose to keep his cue ball out in the open. The 11 had a little bit more risk involved. This gave him better opportunity with his cue ball. You know what? In first glance, I think this gone slightly wrong here. Yeah, you can see he cannot get through to the putting angle of the 13. So seems to be that he has to take on the 10 here. Not saying he can't make this, but it's a lot harder than try and putt the 13.
Time.
I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to disturb the 5 and a 3 here off this angle. Yep, nicely played. There's a nice recovery shot there by Felix. And by putting the 10, he also got rid of the problem, slight problem, which was the 5 and the 3. Felix has decided to use the red stripe 11, as you can see there, as the breaking ball. So if he can leave himself more or less a similar type of angle here on the 13, should be able to place his cue ball exactly where he wants to. Just a lower angle, just right there. So it's, let's say, a ball to the left, top left of the 13 here. Yeah, you don't want to be too cute with these type of shots, so even a bit more angle is better than trying to be absolutely perfect. Nicely played break shot there, breaking ball I should say. Played with a lot of top right to make sure that his cue ball would come out in the open. Well, as you can see, he's trying to putt this 3 and use the angle to develop the pack there. See, that 6 has come up, and I don't know whether he could before that even see the putting angle of the 12, but as it is, he has to putt either of the 2 balls in the center pocket, whether it's the 4 or the 14. His choice, of course. Yeah, just managed to avoid running into the 1. That could have spoiled the position there for him. It's called a 15 combination into the top right corner pocket. So the 13, or no, that's the 12. Pardon me. 15 is just to the left of the black there. There you see it. Nice shot there. Still not completely solved this puzzle, of course, as you can see. 4 to say 6 balls really occupying one another, so I'd say he's one good nudge away from running this rack to keep this run going. Trying to play a little nudge here on the 8. I believe the 5 should be able to pot in the top left corner pocket, but it's looking like Felix is considering to run into the 5 and the 9 there of the 13 all the way at the top of the table. So maybe the 5 does not pot into the top left corner pocket. Yeah, that worked out perfect for him. The 5 now all of a sudden has become very lucrative indeed to use as a breaking ball. Hit the 9 and the 5 absolutely dead on. I was about to say before he executed the shot that one thing you do not want is to hit it absolutely flush full in the face, and by hitting it 3/4 ball, or let's say half ball, he's not only developed them, he's also created a perfect break shot there for him on the 5. So just about connecting the dots here to keep this run going. Yeah. 6, 8, and then up back to the table for the 5. What is interesting to me, as you can all clearly see, that he is extremely talented, this young man from Germany. Every once in a while, and he does little bit abandon his pre-shot routine in terms of his stance and what have you. This is something you would probably never see from, let's say, someone like a Niels Feyen or say Shane Van Boning. They always take every single shot the same way. Of course, didn't need to do a lot there and take extra time, but it always is a hallmark of a very talented player where you just see them free roll at some point in the match. But that's also a strength, you know, in depth for them, because if you can sometimes just cruise on autopilot, you can see the scoreboard change quickly. And it doesn't have to cost you pint of blood per shot, of course. Nice in control here on the 5. Slightly lost his cue ball there. Shouldn't be a problem here for him. Of course, he can always take the 15, which seems to be comfortable enough for him. And one thing is for sure, when he takes on the 15, it's very hard to avoid running into other balls. So be interesting to see whether he wants to risk, if I could use that word, running into the 4, or he plays it in a different type of speed to guarantee to leave himself a shot after this. Yeah, so he did run into the 4, but he played it in such a pace where he felt that he had the greatest odds to land on the next ball, and it seems to be that the 7 does pass the 3.
Time.
Options here for Felix. Seems like the 8 is sitting pretty there for a breaking ball. Not completely happy with the angle he left himself on the 2 there.
Extension.
Once again, Felix not entirely happy with the angle on the 2 here. So trying to go around. Oh, this has gone wrong. This has gone horribly wrong. That could be end of run here for Felix. And previously he called this extension, so he's not got a lot of time to play the shot. Has to make up his mind. So it will be a safety shot. He's trying to push the 8 closer to the rail. Time called, 10 seconds left. Well, yeah, that's about as good as he could have done there. You can hear a little applause. Well, another chance for us to see the young man from Lithuania back at the table. Jokubas, if you just joined us, welcome. This is the final in the European Championships under 19. the straight pool final between Jokubas Silanchevas against Felix Vogel. Of the two players, as I said at the top of the show, top of the program, Jokubas playing his first European final, whereas Felix has played multiple. He's won a total of 4 gold medals already, starting as early as back in 2022. But more noticeably, as far as I'm concerned, when we are talking about this young man at the table, Felix, his recent final, although he did end up as a runner-up, was in the Eurotour Open with the men's, where we have at least 150 participants, if not even more, which was most recently his final was in Treviso, August 22nd in 2024. So needless to say, Felix, the more experienced of the two players here in these type of situations. Also over on the other table, on the live stream of table 2, we have 2 young men battling it out there in the European under-17 final, contested between Max Benko and Jakub Hrobot from Poland. They are playing in a race to 75. As we see Jokubas pull out a great shot there. There you see the other final being contested. Oh. Missed the peg twice there. Jokubas off the long rail and the short rail. Now faced with a tough safety shot here. I say tough. Did well there. A risky shot, and unfortunately for Jokubas that's a mistake. He needed a thinner contact, desperately tried to avoid the pathway to a putt in the top right corner pocket. He's left Felix in with an option to either putt the 5 or the 11, so that went horribly wrong for him there.
Time.
Young man just sprinting around the other side of the table. Yeah, using the 5 to leave himself a low angle here on the 10 to disturb the pack. And this is the type of pack where you love to draw it back in the open with some side spin. A lot of well, he's powered it through. A little bit surprised he took the forward option rather than stun screw, but it's all fine here. He's got at least a 4 in the middle if he wants. Maybe even this combination is on. That's a bonus. Cue ball back in control. Yep. Middle of the table would do nicely. See, this is the key when you're playing pool in general, cue sports in general, but particularly in straight pool. You're always trying to land your cue ball in an area where you leave yourself options. So for example, if he does not fancy the 4, he could always take the 1 and vice versa. If he's not completely happy with the angle on the 1, he always got the 4 here.
Extension.
Can he get to the putting angle of the 12 there? Maybe he can't, so he is looking at the 15 here in the side pocket. The 1 ball here is sitting pretty here. If he can just land on either the 6 or the 2, it would make his life a lot easier. Well, even better if he can get rid of him within the next 2 shots. He's back up and running. Just wants to be careful here with his cue ball. Doesn't want to leave himself an awkward angle. Yeah, going up is much safer for the 7 here. This way it's a lot easier to control your cue ball. He's guaranteed to leave himself a nice angle on the 1 here after the angle he's just left himself on the 7. Nothing a lot to do with his cue ball. Just draw it back gently or harder. Well, he is in fine stroke, that is for sure.
Timeout.
This time around, Jokubas has called a timeout. As from what we've learned is that the player at the table is allowed to continue, especially with the referee being present in the arena. So Jokubas gets a little time to himself to try and recompose himself. Meanwhile, Felix can perfectly legally continue this run if he wants to.
You can continue.
Also, referee just notified Felix that if he wants, he can continue. Just bulking up some carbs for some extra energy, Felix. As you see in this overview camera, the young Polish talent at the other side, the under 17 finals, tried to reduce the deficit there. It's now currently sitting 48 in favor of Max Benko against Jakub Robot, who is now at the table. They are playing a race to 75, so you can always dip in and out if you want to have an eye on the other final. Felix being desperately unlucky. Or is he? Can he see the... Well, he's thinking of swerving or massaying his cue ball. No, in fact, he's already called the 11, so... Seems to me that he is already locked in on this shot. I thought maybe the 6 was an option. Maybe he can still overturn his own call. For me, the 6 gives better options as well as for his cue ball. Call this extension. I don't know whether I would be a fan of this massé shot on the 11, because making it is already tough, but great odds or big odds for your cue ball to follow it through in the corner pocket, unless he can get to it directly, which I doubt. Ah, is he calling the 10 in the side pocket? Ah, sorry, he's trying to play the combination, of course. There it is. He had me guessing all the time. Has he left himself a 3-ball combination? Seems like it. If that is the case, he's been a bit fortunate there.
Time.
Yeah, perfectly went. Up and running once again. What I said at the top of the program, that the young man at the table, Felix, is the more experienced of the two in this type of situation. You can clearly see that by his body language. Of the two, he feels way more at home, whereas I feel Jakubas is a little bit more fast and twitchy in his movements. You know, the mannerisms, the way he chalks his cue, the pace he walks around the table. Of course, both players are under severe pressure and also time restraint. They're playing under a shot clock, but of the two, if you look at Felix, he's got a little swagger about him. He's smiling, he's looking confident, whereas his opponent, you can tell he's a little bit more twitchy. Not per se in his shot execution, but just overall. Of course, for Jakubas, he's desperately, patiently waiting for his next return to the table. But with this man at the table, you never know if you get another chance. And if you've just joined us, I'm happy to inform you that this is the current scoreline. We have one of our colleagues in the arena or at the venue that is updating the score, so you don't have to guess what the current run is. This is the factual scoreline, 59 to 47 in favor of Felix, who is, as you can see, at the table. sometimes when you have a table that is as open as this, it actually makes it a little bit more complicated because you have so many options. Yeah, ideally he wants to use the 2 as the breaking ball. He has enough angle on the floor to continue this run. Solid stuff there by the young German talent. Felix trying to figure out where he wants his cue ball to make contact with the back. It's exactly where he was pointing the top of his cue. And that 15 is unmissable, it seems like. Options, and even try to cut this 8 in. Develop a few more. Not 100% sure whether the 6 passes the 14. Seems to be what he is eyeing up here. Little delicate positional shot play there. Push the 14 towards the corner pocket. Always had the 1 in the middle as well. It's one thing you see a lot of high performers have in common, particularly the ones that we perceive as the, especially talented, is not only are they usually more often compared to their opponents the more comfortable looking player out there, they also see the shots a lot faster with less hesitation, and that is of course hugely in your favor if you can just make sure that you get down swiftly and of course most importantly execute the shot. But make no mistake, both of these finalists have all the shots in their armory. Ooh, that is a huge surprise. In all fairness, but you can see the 3 is not even hanging in the corner pocket, so missed that by quite a margin. You can see Jokubas did not expect that. He still had to put on his glove. So what a reprieve for the young Lithuanian talent. Has to come up with a strong reply.
Time.
He can't afford to let Felix forget about that mistake swiftly. He needs to apply some pressure, make him feel the pain of that mistake, unforced mistake, unforced error, has to be said, came out of nowhere.
Time.
Jokubas previously had more or less the same type of angle here on the 1, and the only reason he's a little bit reluctant to take this shot is he doesn't want to run into the 15. That's the only thing that's bothering him. So if he could avoid the 15 and run into the 11, that would be in fact very favorable for him. Yeah. He could just, as you saw, just gently graze the 15, but that is fine. The 15 is sitting in a perfect place for a break shot. Though this time around, it has to be absolutely certain what way to go. And so the 3-11 and then use the 9 to play position on the 15 seems to be the most sensible option. Got the both parts of that shot correct. Had to make sure that he didn't leave himself straight in on the 9, which he did. He's got options here. He can draw it back or follow it through. Draw back it's going to be. Not too hard. That's way too hard, I'm afraid. That's, of course, a little bit of tension in the arm. Easily made these type of errors where you overhit a shot. It's devastating from a player's point of view. As we see in our screens, the other final partaker. As we saw, great pressure pot there by young Polish talent. It's the finals under 17 European Championships, straight pool, with the Polish player at the table trying to reduce the deficit. They are, of course, playing a race to 75, so there is a lot at stake at that table, as is the table we've been following. And first glance, I struggle to see where the next pot is coming from. I believe there is a straightforward safety here for Jokubas. Send the 8 back into the pack and the cue ball all the way to the top right side from this camera angle. or the bottom right corner pocket. Either way, he's trying to guarantee that he did not leave the 8 potable.
Foul.
Felix was trying to attempt a very thin safety shot. In all honesty, I'd prefer to miss the ball completely altogether rather than hit it too thick. All sorts can go wrong. From this point of view, yes, the 7 is potable, but it's not a guarantee. Or maybe it wasn't potable. That was a fantastic safety return. As you see, Felix having a little smile to himself. Jakubas also having a lot of support in the arena, which is lovely to see. And that is a mistake by Felix. A rare error by Felix. Has to be said though, 2 shots consecutively where he was forced to play a safety and he failed doing so. He could have done with a little bit more angle here, I feel, Jakubas. Not so sure why he's left himself as foolish on the 8 as he done there. So when we look at this angle here, obviously he's got like a quarter ball angle here on the 6. He will need to, when we see the other camera angle, would have to run to the right side or of the 2, but these are the type of shots you cannot overhit. Just failed to spot the 6 there. You know what? He might have been a little bit fortunate. Not only did he completely lose his cue ball, if this 6 does not pass the 4, Felix is faced with a difficult shot either way. And also the safety becomes a lot more difficult where the 4 being sitting there. Don't know whether either the 6 passes the 4 or the 12 to the left of the 4. Seems to me that it's the 12 because he is come around to look at the putting angle. So the pink stripe just to the left of the 4 is what he will try to attempt putting. Very difficult shot indeed. Well, now he's come back to look at the 12. It is. And what a fabulous shot there. Very impressive indeed. Deserved everything he got from that. That was a immense pressure shot and he executed to perfection. He's got the 1 here to continue this run. Felix looking to leave himself an angle on the 6 where he can disturb the pack. And that seems to be perfect to me. Again, trying to navigate the pathway of the cue ball. So He wants a full contact on the 9 here, just like that. Unless he's been desperately unlucky, I think he can see the 12. So, judging by his body language, I'm inclined to say yes, he can see the 12. So, Hart might have stopped there for a second, but he can still pot this 12 and continue the run. There we go. Yep, use that opportunity to put all the balls in the open, and now it's a matter of connecting the dots, of course. And looking at this, you'd say the 2 is looking in a nice position.
Time.
As both finals partaking simultaneously are nearing the end part, you can just feel that the pressure is multiplying here. Felix with a little bit of work to do with his cue ball. He's taking the longer route, which, funny enough, is the easier way to play position. And he executed that nicely. You see in your overview camera angle, Slovenian contingent, Max Benko at the table with a great chance to finish off that match. Of course, those two young men are playing a final in the under 17 European Championships. So they're playing a race to 75, and it's the young Slovenian Max Benko at the table, currently leading 63 to 50. So he only needs 12 more pots to call himself the European champion. Felix also, once again, back in nice and good control. He's only 17 pots away from calling himself a multiple European champion. I believe, though, it would be his first straight pool European Championship victory, so I'll just double check that for you. Yep. If my calculations are correct, this would be his first gold medal in the straight pool division. So also a benchmark here for Felix possibly. Of course, don't need to get ahead of ourselves here. Still needs to pot 15 other balls to secure that victory. ran his cue ball by a long shot there. So much so that he's abandoned the putt on the 9. Nice recovery, the shot there by Felix, who is ever so swiftly creeping towards the final line here. What you see in the screen is the actual scoreline, so he's 10 balls away with 7 balls left at the table. So basically we're looking at trying to clear the table, and after the break put 3 extra balls, which do not seem too difficult of a task for this young man. Two balls, in fact, it's not even 3. So all he wants is one good split, and of course solve this remaining balls, who are also all sitting in the open. So great odds here for Felix Vogel to claim his first European straight pool championships. One of many, I'm sure.
Extension.
Felix taking a little bit more time trying to compose himself. He knows the importance of this one positional shot. One good positional shot and one good split should do the trick here for him. Yeah, you can see the shock to the system there. Dare I say, this is his final chance, Jakubas. Make no mistake, his back is firmly against the wall here. But, you know, from his perspective, where he was sitting, I'm not as certain that he thought he could get back to the table once again. So really try to make the most out of this opportunity. As we hear some applause from around the arena, of course we've got the other final going on as well on table 2. The live stream also available for you guys on YouTube. It's the under 17 final in the straight pool division, where the scoreline is awfully close. The young Polish talent at the table. Currently, the scoreline is 63 in favor of his opponent. Well, actually, he's now overtaken his opponent. So they are placing a race to 75. So we could have a scenario with both finals end more or less at the same time. But of course, if you are the two guys, you have other plans here. Nice split. Options here. As you can imagine, the situation is very tense for both finals partaking right now at the same time. The other side is the Polish talent has just missed on 67, trying to run out the match. And once again, Max Benko back at the table there. Nicely controlled there. The little nudge on the 1 just enabled him to create a good angle here on the 6. As you can see here on the right side of the table, you've got 2 or 3 balls to pick out from to use as the break ball. I think that 9 is just a slight hindrance, if I'm being honest. So did Jokubas. He's just nudged into the 9, and oh, yeah, he's got options. Obviously take 5 first. I thought maybe he had just enough angle to pot this 9 and use the 13 to stop his cue ball. Doesn't need to do a lot with his cue ball, of course. Just drop this 9 into the side pocket and use the 13 as a blocker. Not really fan of that shot, so he's taking the 5 first. Or maybe he felt that the 5 was also a little bit in the way where it was sitting. Jokubas, of course, is realizing that this is likely to be his last opportunity to keep his hopes alive in this match. So, rightly so, not rushing things, trying to make sure that he leaves himself a nice angle on the next shot, continue this run. And I'm not 100% convinced that he's landed nice here on the 2. As the referee just re-racks the balls, well, have a quick glance at the other table. Scoreline there, 71-68 in favor of Max Benko. Just 4 pots away from crowning himself the European champion. So there's a lot of tension in the arena. So if you hear applauses and people trying to encourage their players on, it's because both matches are very, very close to the finishing line. Kubas with a nice split there. Needs to get to work, of course. They're not 100% the roadmap. as Jokubas is working his way through this rack. It's the home hero from Slovenia, Max Benko, in with a great opportunity. Just shy of 3 pots, crown himself European champion. And this is looking almost inevitable for the young Slovenian, and what a victory that would be in his home soil, in front of his friends and family. Yeah, you can expect a huge cheer in the arena, but that is a huge congratulations to the home hero from Slovenia, Max Benko, who's just crowned himself European champion, as he can let out a sigh of relief. It's all over for him in a good way. A fairy tale ending, European champion under 17, and that gives us the full attention and opportunity to see whether Jokubas can run out this match, because realistically, if for whatever reason the run should end, Felix only 5 pots away from clinching his first straight to European Championship. So a lot at stake here for Jokubas. Let's not forget, this is his first European final ever. Been close a few times in the quarterfinals, but never progressed further than the quarterfinals. So for him, this match has a lot of implications as well. Needs to make up his mind whether he wants to put the 10 in either of the side pockets or get his cue ball back in the open. One of the hallmarks of the greatest players we have in our sport is they always tend to keep it simple. The only problem you have with this shot, if you try to leave yourself on the 10, is if you leave yourself straight, you're in big trouble here. As the referees just called time, so not a lot of time left. Yeah, so he's tried to go around the back of it, and actually this is fine because you can use the side rail and doesn't have to do anything with his cue ball. Just make sure you cut the 10 in. Don't overhit the 10. That's the main thing. You want to leave yourself an angle here on the 4. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, I suppose the only saving grace here for Jokubas is he needs to hope and pray that Felix will get a shot after the break. But oh, that's a tough miss to digest there for Jokubas. You can see the frustration in his body language. Had a great chance there. He can be forgiving to miss the ball, of course. We can miss any type of shot under pressure. So don't want to be too hard on the young man here. But I suppose, oh boy, this has gone wrong. This has gone horribly wrong. Is there another twist in this match? I suppose what I would say is, for either of the players, if you get to watch this back or any other match for that matter, one of the things you can do to reduce, let's say, the pressure, because the pressure won't go away, it will be there all the time. But you can maybe focus a little bit on your mechanics just to make sure that you have a nice pause in your backswing. That really does help to execute the shot in a better way. I'm not saying you cannot make mistakes. I'm not saying you cannot overrun or overhit a shot, but it sure does help, or at least help you to prevent a jabby backswing or a shortened backswing. Felix with an awful angle here, as you can see on the 4, so much so, is going all in. He wants to put this 4 in the top right corner pocket from this angle. Shortly when we return to the other angle, like this one, this is bottom right. This is for the win, you'd say. He would definitely run into the pack, and it's hard to see him not landing on the pot. So 97 right now, so only needs 3 more pots. The 3 is a given. Playing position on the 7 is also very doable. Where's the next ball coming from? Is the question here.
Extension.
Well, said it, 3 and the 7 was foreseeable. Where's the next ball coming from?
Time.
Is he trying to bank this 13? Yep. Yeah, so he's trying to bank the 13. This is for the win, which would be his first straight to European Championship. What a way to end this match. And can he see enough of the 13 to make the bank? This is for the win. What a shot. What a way to close out a match. Huge congratulations to the multi-talented Felix Vogel. What a way to finish up a match.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Insane shot. Nicely
our
picked out.
straight pool gold medalists, Felix Vogel and Max
As
Benko.
As
Show
you
your
hear, let's see.
appreciation.
What a match, what a drama. Thank you guys for watching tuning in, for watching on the YouTube. Do us a huge favor, subscribe to the channel and turn on your notifications, because we have so many more matches coming up for you. On my behalf, Arya Sorabi, it's been a pleasure. What a match, and huge congratulations once again to Felix Vogel, who is the European champion.
You already know it with the picture, okay?
First, second, third. We're brilliant. Come on, man. That's you played your life out. You should be so proud. Gremo.
17, you have 19.
Yeah.
Yes. All they do is they stand here. Both this way, so one here and one here. Don't want them both in the middle. Yeah, both in the middle like that. Just a picture of that. Max, we have you here a moment. Felix, just have you here a moment, just for one picture. Yes, please. Under 17s in here, under 19 here. We don't lift the trophies, it's only for the press picture today, so we can get a picture of the trophy.
A little bit closer together. I can see your sponsor.
The guys in the back, in the way.
Could you point to the yes, it's gonna be mine. I'll get it.
I'm going to get it in 2 days'
I'm
time.
gonna get it. This is mine.
I'm going to get it in 2 days' time. Thank you.
One down, three to go. One down, three to go. Go. Three to go. One down, three to go. One down, three to go. One down, three to go. One to go. Huh? Yeah, you lead. Shit, four. Yeah, I know. Okay, one to go. But still good, huh? World Championship.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Not bad.
När det är utländska rank, en del som